Right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's episode of Deep End Dev. I'm your host, Matthew, and I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. I came up with a solution, or hopefully a solution, of the problem that we ended with yesterday. So let's take a look. That's Blender. Where's Unreal? I have it somewhere. There it is. So if we launch it, what we did yesterday was pretty cool. We've got our wall, right? And we had the issue of, well, if we build this like hallway here, and we've got, lock it, and we've got tokens inside there, well, how do we know, how are we going to be able to see things? Well, we created a masking material. So as we approach, the sphere around our little eyeball masks out the wall. And we made it dynamic so that we can increase it and we can turn it off entirely. And the best part is that this masking is asymmetrical. It doesn't replicate over the server to other clients. So we can do this and it does not affect, we don't get Swiss cheese walls everywhere as other players approach the walls. I turned off all collision. I figure, you know, we don't really need to collide with anything as little eyeballs. We can just fly around, right? However, this causes the issue we had this with, so we throw a token on the other side, we need to be able to grab it. And obviously I was able to grab it there, but it's throwing it up on top of the wall. And the reason why that is because even though we're masking this out and it looks invisible to us, there is still a, it's still hitting the visibility channel. So temporarily what I did was I threw in, at the end of yesterday's episode, was I threw in this switch here. And this isn't what I want to do, but it's testing on build mode. It's looking for game trace channel 3, which is structure in the settings. And then on move mode, it's looking for trace channel 1, which is token, but that's not really what we want to do. In move mode, we still want to be able to move walls once they're constructed, right? So we don't always want to just be looking for the token. So I'm going to comment that out. Actually, stop, because I don't want to comment that out. We still need our hit result. It can be made const. This is true. Okay, so that should put it back the way that we had it. Oh wait, hold on. No, the way we had it, we would need this here, take out the const, send it in, and we're going on ECC visibility. That will do it. There we go. Okay, so if we start it again, and we build our wall, and we lock it, and we put a token on the other side, and we come through here and we see through it, we can't grab the token because we're still hitting the wall. And if our wall was unlocked, we are now moving our wall and knocking our token off the board. What I propose to get around this, and what I came up with last night while watching some Star Trek, was rather than doing a we need to do something called a multi-line trace. This, I believe, just returns the first thing that it hits, looking on a trace channel on visibility. There should be a multi-line trace. And that probably has to do, let's see, so this is get hit result under cursor. So we can't do that one. We're going to need, we have to change this up a little bit. So let's work on that. Multi-line trace UV4 cursor. Can we do it off the cursor? Yep, multi-line trace is the way to go. So UV4 multi-line trace C++. Here we go. That is blueprints. It's under U world, it looks like. Line trace multi by channel. And so what we're going to be testing is finding the objects that we hit, and we want to, I think we can get the color and the alpha opacity of the material, of the color. So we're going to want an array of those hit results this time. So we're going to do T array of F hit result called hit results. We're going to pass in our hit results. We want the start, which is going to be, we need to get our cursor, cursor position. That just returns the mouse cursor. I need the position. We are in the player controller, so I think we can go controller, or there it is, get mouse position. We have to, location X and location Y. Nice, okay, so F, what are they, vectors? They're floats. We need to float location X, float location Y, and then we need to do get mouse position with location X and location Y. So it modifies those, and then we need to make an F vector to D with location X and location Y. So there is our mouse position. This is there's scale. Twitch scammed me. Well, hello there. Hopefully you're doing better. I do not know KM Spiko. I don't. Let's see. Get mouse. So I don't know if this get mouse position in the C++, does that scale it? It looks like it's the position in the viewport, in-game viewport coordinates. Okay, so I think it is scaled, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, and so in world, what else do we need here? We need the endpoint, which is going to be this vector. We need a direction. So it's going to be that. See, we have to go out in the z-axis from the direction, so we want to get so f vector direction is equal to come on, I know we can get your direction here. There we go. Player camera manager, get camera. Think the I want the rotation. Ref vector, get the camera rotation. And get actor forward vector. There we go. Okay, so the endpoint is the direction times, I don't know, 2000 F. from the end, we want on the trace channel, and then the params and collision response, which have defaults. So I think we can just do we can just do that. It probably wants a full F vector, so oh, right. Okay, so why are we failing here without an object argument? We do that. There we go. That's how you do it. Okay. I want to just test and I want to just print them out so that we can see if this is working. So log temp warning, the text is hit a string and so that should do that. Let's see if that works. Build failed. Let's go ahead and just save and close and just do a full build. Just launch it. the parentheses wrong. Can never remember if this goes inside or outside. Oh. Doop. I also forget that. You gotta dereference strings when you are putting them into a text thing, macro. There we go. And we are going to be watching on down here. I'm not seeing this fire off, so I'm going to put a... Okay, we're going into it. Our step overs F10. We do have, okay, cool. Did that work? Empty, okay. So I feel like direction didn't work here. Stop. What we want to do instead is do if cast to ABG pawn get pawn we're gonna have to include it. We want to, so direction is equal to if auto pawn is equal to pawn get there we go. Okay, so let's try that again. Player pawn. We actually don't even need, we're doing an unnecessary cast there. So if this works, we'll strip that out and get rid of the include to clean that up. Okay, so I want to go ahead and hit that stop there again. Huh. Oh, we have a hit this time. We hit a tile. Nice. Okay, so I don't know why direction doesn't show up here. I mean, we're storing it, are we not? Okay, so let's stop again. I'm going to clean this up. We don't need to cast this. We don't even need to wrap it because we're going to have a pawn. We can just go with it's equal to get pawn get actor forward vector, and we can get rid of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and build that again. And I'm going to build this structure here, and I'm going to put a token behind it. And click. Actually, hold on, I want to put you back and lock you. If I click, nice. Okay, so if I move my head here, you can see right here, these are the two, so tile and spline structure. So okay. So our line trace hit is working. These things should be on the visibility. Go to our collision. Okay, by default, every channel will be blocked. Do that yet. I want to put token here, and a token here, line them up. And what I want to see is all three get hit. I think our forward vector is incorrect. So we're hitting a tile. Actually, I know it. Yeah, what's wrong is it's shooting. Okay, so this is wrong. We don't want to get the pawns forward vector. So we do need to get specifically Okay, so we need the before C++ get line trace direction. Okay, there's what we needed. I was doing this wrong. Okay, so we have a deproject mouse position to world, which will give us okay, so two vectors, location and direction. That's better. So we want f vector of location and direction. We pass in location and direction. We don't want that anymore. We now do a location right here, and then we do the direction out, and that should, okay, that's better. So now if we run it and we test that again, we should be getting the proper thing, and we don't need to do any new includes or anything. Okay, again, we're gonna do the log. I don't know, how about I put the log over here? Yeah. We'll expand a bit. Is there a way to wrap? I don't know. All right, so now you guys can actually see the log. So if I drop that token, and that token, if I do that, look at that. Okay. I'm gonna lock that. So now we just hit one token. Yeah, so this is from our single line hit actor. So this is single line trace hit actor, and this is multi-line hit actor. So a multi-line trace should be returning multiple hit results, so I don't know why we're only getting one. Maybe there's something we have to change. Yeah. Okay, so let's read more about our multi-line trace. Excuse me. Line trace multi only returning one hit. Ah. I see. We need things to be overlap instead of blocking. That's the problem. We're blocking, so it's stopping the line trace. We need overlaps. So what we're going to do is go back to our settings and look at our collision of what we're doing here. So we have a tile. What is a tile collision? This preset, maybe we want to do overlap on visibility, right? And token will overlap visibility, structure, overlap visibility. Now, if we drop a token, and a token, whoops, and we lock the front one so we don't move it. There we go, multi-line trace. You see that? We just shot through and we hit a bunch of different things. So there's 3 tokens in a row. Pow! Okay. So, let's so these are specific trace channels if we want to. What would be a new object channel? So object types. We have tokens. Let's go with a default of block. Oh, duplicate name found. Okay. New object channel. Grabbable object. And how about a I don't know. So tile is a trace. It ignores grabbable object. Token overlaps on grabbable object. Structure overlaps grabbable object. So actually, we might fix that with the tile at some point. But what I now want to do, now that we know that this multi-hit is working, is so we don't. I guess we can keep printing the names just so we have that. But what I want to do is if hit get what do we got? There's a way to get the material. Not the physical material, but get actor. Get material. we just make one. And then I want send in our linear color. Linear color. All right. If that dot okay, that has to go outside it, and then we say if linear color dot alpha is less than, I don't know, 0.8. We're just gonna do a debug real quick right here. See if that works. Okay. So if I build a structure like alpha less than 0.8, why can't I? Oh, it overlaps. And we're getting that alpha less than 0.8 with everything. Let's see. Test, so UE for test alpha of masked material hit. Um, line trace material alpha. Okay, I found something. I don't know what it's going to do, but we want to hit get component cast to a U static mesh component, the hit component. So if auto static mesh equal to that, get material at index 0, draw here, target want create render target 2D. Create texture render. Where is it? there. Texture, render target 2D, draw. Oh, texture render target 2D is not what we want. We want, or Kismet rendering library. Create render target 2D. This 10.4 for RTF RGBA8. So that. And then draw material to render target. So texture, render target 2D, and that material. Oh, we need the world context object, which is this again. This returns nothing, so we just do that. We now want to use Kismet rendering library read render target raw UV with our, we need the world object texture render target 2D. Oh, we need some floats, right, for our U and our V, which come from float U is equal to hit find There we go. Hit UV channel, which I think is just our 0. And we need to pass in vector 2D, our UV hit, or whatever. It's a bool. Or wait, that's what I don't need a bool. So the UV hit right there is our F vector 2D, and then we're passing in our UV hit dot X, our UV hit dot Y. And then so that returns our linear color. So auto color is that, and then we color dot alpha. I want to do print. So UE log temp warning text alpha of UV, and I'll do a float, and we will output color dot A. Woo! All right. Let's see if that works. We might have to. We did a lot of changes here. I don't know. Yeah, something's wrong. So, is it D? Not %F. No. Okay. So let's just save and close that. We'll try and find out what's wrong here. Oh, that's what's wrong. Try that again. So this is all taken from these blueprints here of getting the alpha of a line trace. So this is kind of complex, and we'll see if it works. So far I'm getting a 0, no crashes, but you know, still zeros. Alpha of the UV is 0. Oh, support you in project settings. Okay, so in collision, or it's in physics, we need to support UV from hit results. And that requires a restart, close, restart. And all of this is really so that we can pick up things behind a masked material. As far as I can tell, there is no other. Still getting a 0. Alpha of UV is still 0. Bunch of zeros. They do have clear color after the format. Yeah, so format, and then I want an F linear color of 0.f, 0.f with an F with an alpha of point F. So that should be black. If that's what we might have forgotten there. If that changes anything. Still an alpha of 0. Yeah, that alpha still is not changing. What is it even hitting? What are we getting out right there? What's the value? It's all zeros. Just a bunch of zeros. Oh. Let's try that. I don't know. Let's see if that changes, because these are instanced static meshes, right? Sometimes. All right, so these are just static meshes, so that didn't work. But this guy, so that worked, but the color, it's still getting nothing on those. Hmm. Okay, this isn't going to work, I don't think, with how we're using these. This was a cool little experiment here to create a render target and test the UV of where we hit. But I don't think that ultimately is going to work. So we probably need to go back to using physics channels. Yeah. Or we need to, I don't know, we'll need to think about what we're hitting here. So I'm going to take a quick break, then we'll return to this and continue to work on how we can solve our visibility issue. Okay, I think I have an idea. What if, so let's close these things. What if when our sphere mask overlaps, so it's on query only, which we're going to have to remove for our right clicking. But what if when it overlaps the spline structure, can these instances trigger an overlap event? Let's see. What if when they overlap, it disables the instances? Or it changes the collision, maybe. Yeah, so we need I often forget how to do this. You have to do a an add dynamic kind of thing. Yeah. So our actually, I guess here when we make it, on component begin overlap dot add dynamic this ABG ABG spline structure we'll make this protected. We just want an overlap again, so void on overlap begin, and we need, I think, this stuff in there. And now I think we can add the dynamic on overlap begin. Cool. So when we create a new static mesh, we're going to call this on overlap begin function when on overlap begin happens. And we can, I think, log temp warning text overlap. We'll just say that. Do we need to fix it? I think, all right, so let's just do that. Actually, we have to do a full stop. What's going on? Oh yeah, we can get rid of unnecessary includes. Start it back up again. And let's see if we triggered that. We'll probably want to create a custom channel or something for our sphere mask on our character so that... Oh, we are able to click through still. Okay. Yikes. Actually, that needs to be a U function, doesn't it? That might be the issue there. I don't think you can add a dynamic to something that isn't a U function because it's looking for that macro. Awesome. Okay. And if we get close to it, we're not triggering it. Let's see. What is our... Here's our BP pawn, our sphere mask, no collision, do it just trigger. Overlap everything. Let's see what happens. Okay, still no. If I eject and I look at this and I check out the wall instance, sure. Hit block on everything at the moment. Try that again. Make that order. No. Well, what is that? Doesn't matter. Still no overlap. Maybe because I set you to trigger. Aha! There it goes. There's the overlap. All right. Overlap. Overlap. Cool. Okay, and if I were to put structure back to overlap here, ignore tile, ignore token, ignore that, and overlap. Overlap. We can't do that again, but okay, overlap is still working. Okay. How do I get this? I'm not very good with these channels. V4, collision, ignore mouse clicks. Actually, I think what we want is physics only. And then put this back to trigger. Physics only? Damn. Okay, let's spend some time on this, on the physics, because this is getting messy. So, a tile. Tile is world static. It will overlap visibility. It blocks camera. If we're tracing for token, a tile will not be on that. It will block the tile trace channel. It will ignore the structure trace channel. It'll block non-structured channel. Okay. Ignore world dynamic, ignore pawn, physics body, vehicle, and destructible. The token preset is a dynamic. It'll overlap on visibility, block camera. It'll overlap token, ignore tile and structure, and overlap on that. World, let's see, world static, it is not, so it's going to ignore that. World dynamic, it'll overlap. Pawn, physics body, vehicle, and destructible, it'll ignore. And it'll overlap that. So structure, it's world dynamic, it'll overlap visibility, block the camera. Ignore token and tile, overlap structure. It is not, it'll ignore world static. It'll overlap world dynamic and ignore all of those. And grabbable object, it'll overlap. Okay. How to make a trigger volume around the player. That isn't going to... So this sphere right here, the problem is when we're clicking, I guess we could start the trace beyond it. Now, we need to be able to click through this, so it's query only for grabbable objects or world dynamic. Ignore visibility and camera. It'll overlap token, tile, structure, and non-structures. See if that works. Overlap's still working, but we can't click on anything. Look at our player controller of how our select, actually it's blueprints. By channel, and the channel we want is on visibility channel. Let's flip that. There we go. that overlaps, it doesn't block it anymore. So let's make a different, we need a context channel. So a new object channel, or a new trace channel called context menu. So tile will block for context menu, token context menu, structure context menu, and then here we'll go for context menu. Damn. And this will ignore the context menu. There we go. I really don't understand these, huh? Does it have to block in order to... I said ignore grabbable object. Why are you resetting? Oh, okay, so tile is a grabbable object, a token is a grabbable object, structure is a grabbable object. Okay. So that's working better. I still can't right click. So what am I trying to do here? I want trace channel right click. You're going to ignore the right click and you're going to ignore the grab channel. There we go. Okay. And overlap. There we go. All right. Did we get things figured out here? All right. That's better. Oh. What happened there? Interesting. So the tile. Hold on. We want to block all this stuff, right? So that there's physical collision. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I can still do that. I can build that, unlock it, and the overlap's working. It goes on there. Okay. Whew, man. So we've got a grabbable object channel. We have a right click and a grab channel. Grabs are overlaps. Right click is a block. We are looking for the right click channel when we're going for context menu. We're not actually even using grabbable object channel, so we're going to get rid of that. This, we should probably make a preset for this, so we'll call this the sphere mask. This is query only. It is world dynamic. This is trigger volume for overlap. Trigger volume for causing material masking. Ignores splits. And what we want, I'm going to move this out so that I can see it. We ignore visibility in camera. We overlap token tile structure, non-structures. We ignore right click and grab. And we overlap world dynamic. You know what? We're going to overlap static also, and we'll get rid of pawn, ignore pawn. Actually, I think we can just overlap all that, right? So if we set this to our there it is, sphere mask. Good. So we want that, lock, and there's our overlap is still working. Awesome. Okay. Woo. Let's what is sphere mask? Sphere mask is going, we need to set in our pawn. Collision is we want to set collision profile name sphere mask. And then let's see, spline structure is a structure. We're good there. I don't think we need to do anything else. Okay. So Now that we are triggering in our spline structure, we know that this is working. When we trigger it, we want to get instance components at sweep result dot item, I think, and then set or collision set collision set collision enabled collision enabled type no collision, and then we need to make an on overlap end. Which I think is the same thing. We do the stat, but we do back to query and physics. Or is there a profile? What is it? No collision. Let's do it by profile name. And then, oh wait. No, that's not going to work. We need to, because if we turn off the collision, the problem is that we will not be able to do end overlap anymore. So response to channel. We need the channel, so the collision channel is going to be grab, I think. So that, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So ECC game trace channel 6, and we are doing ECR ignore, and then putting it back to ECR block, right? Or overlap. So we also here need to do new instance static mesh on component end overlap dot add dynamic this ABG spline structure on end, on overlap end. And I did do that wrong. I need to get I need the signature. Whoop. Okay, so let's stop. Start up again. So that should turn on and off our ability to grab through it when we're overlapping with our sphere mesh. And when we turn off our sphere mesh, what we're actually doing is shrinking the sphere radius down, so it shouldn't overlap anymore. So when this should dynamically work. In theory, this should work. So if we build our structure and lock it, all right, that's still working. If we put a token on the other side and we make it invisible, okay, so let's see what we're doing. Actually, I want to see the collision change on our spline structure, the wall instance. There we go. Perfect. Okay, the overlap, it began, it changed. To, what did we change it to? Ignoring on game channel 6. Grab. Didn't change. Unlock, delete. Let's do a new structure. Lock it. Let's look at this again. Wall instance. Collision preset is set to structure. It doesn't look like it changed the collision preset, but nothing else changed. So something's wrong over here. Set collision response to channel. That's unnecessary. That's unnecessary. Overlap begin. And overlap end. Let's see when those fire. Whoop. Interesting. What changed? Let's take a look at our pawn. We're on sphere mask here. I want to see that fire. We're still able to do that. Lock. Interesting, it's not firing now. So we messed up something. Let's stop. What did we mess up in our collision for our sphere mask? remember correctly, I mean, what changed? Yeah, it's hitting that, right? So is it just, let's take those out, or at least comment those calls out. I wonder if it's having a problem on that. Okay, yep. Interesting. Overlap end and begin are firing off at the same time. Why is that? Did we mess something up down here on component end overlap? Okay, yeah, firing continuously together, that's what's happening. Aha. I managed to track down this issue to the instanced mesh component. There you go. I was using as the parent for my interactable component. Update overlaps gets called for the trigger volume component and detects the overlap with the instant mesh component. This is a new overlap event, so begin component overlap is called. The new overlap event is broadcasted to the instanced mesh component. At this point, both components have recorded the overlap. Everything is expected. Update overlaps is now called for the instanced mesh component. Detecting overlaps internally eventually calls component overlap multi-impl on the instanced mesh component, and that is where the bug occurs. Instanced mesh component does not store its collision information in the body instance, in uPrimitive component scope body instance. Instead, it uses its own separate container so it can have multiple body instances. This is what I'm reading. However, it does not override the virtual function component overlap multi-impl to correctly use the body instances it is maintaining. Since body instance is invalid, there is no overlap, and an on-component overlap end event is generated. And now they repeat, all of this repeats again for the following frames. So the solution to avoid this is not to use instanced mesh component as the parent of my interactable component in the first place. So we need to figure out how to not do this on the instanced static mesh component. Can a spline what if let's try it on the spline. This ABG spline structure on overlap again, and on component end overlap, on overlap end. And now in here, we're gonna have to get our instance to change the collision. So let's just see if this fires. We want this to only fire one time. Not firing at all. Okay. Because what? A spline structure probably. We're not using this, so what if we so that doesn't work. What if when we make an instance static mesh, we also make auto we wouldn't want to, we don't want to do it here, actually. It's on here. know there's a way to get the bounds of this. Actually, what it is so we make a box collision when we make an instance. We have to register it. And set the collision. Let's register box collision. Register component. Should attach it. Let's just see if it makes those. Doesn't look like it did. Okay. So it did make it. Where did it go? That'll do it. I think I forgot to do that, so that might do it. Let's find out. I still don't see the collision. This should make it. Why can't I add in an integer? This is really annoying. There we go. It's still not making those components. I seem to be making it correctly for the most part. So new object. I want a box component. This, I don't know, U box component. Static class. Comma, RF, transient. And I should register, and that should work. That should add it. So maybe it just needs the longer name there. Ooh, maybe it worked this time. I can't click it. I do indeed see them. It's just not here in the list. Okay. If I click at the top, yeah, okay. So we need to now all right. It will not appear in the details panel, so let's stop. What we want to do is create a property that we can see everywhere of our U box component, or a T array of U box component pointers called collision boxes, and forward declare that so that we don't have to have it out here. So these collision boxes will be, as we make it, we will add the box collision. Now, when we clean up, we want to do all of that, but also for auto box in collision boxes, if box, or if collision boxes dot num is greater than 0 for auto box in collision boxes box destroy component. Okay. So that should create our boxes, put them in an array so that we can see them, and then when we clean up, it should destroy them all also so that we're not just making a ton of them. And I think these guys... Oh, man. So this should allow us some more, much better... There we go. So if we eject and we look at this, we turn on collision. Okay, our positions are incorrect. However, we have... should have an array somewhere around here. Here we go. Yep. Well, that's funny. That %I didn't work, so we'll take that out. But if we possess and we unlock it and we move it and we... yeah. Cool. So we're dynamically creating collision boxes. They're just wrong at the moment. So... about set relative location. Maybe that's what we want. I don't know what get location on a component returns. It didn't specify. Build it, eject. Let me take a look. Perfect. It's put a collision box perfectly around it. The Z extent is incorrect, so we just need to fix that. But otherwise, we have created successfully a new collision here. Okay, let's stop. So box extent. Collision profile to structure. I don't know if that J is necessary anymore either. It might throw a warning here. Nope. Okay. Can't even touch it at the moment. All right, so collision boxes. Oh, it didn't. It didn't even update. So close. I think it'll just add a number automatically to these. Oh, I know, because our origin's at the bottom, so the Z is it's getting the extent of the Z and adding it to the bottom as well, so I don't know if we can... We'll have to think about that. Only made one, and why did it do that? Stop. So I don't know. Maybe it does need that number there. I guess it'll add the number on without the %i in there, which is good to know. Whoops. Okay, I think it worked because I wasn't able to right-click again. No. Well, yeah, there's all... Okay, there they are. And it's working, and yes, it's adding on, it looks like numbers to everything. It's funny. Okay, and yeah, we're not able to click because it gets the full bounds. These... know if we're able to see it. Okay, so if we stop with the collision profile name structure, which is what these should have too. So this is making an F, that's an F vector, right? So actually I want to get this and then I want to modify bounds.z. It's equal to just divide by, yeah, just 2, I think. Cut it in half. And then we'll pass the bounds in there. See if that fixes our height issue. Though it might set it at the... Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. We divide by 2 and then move it up. That might do it. Move it up by half. So the box extent is half its that, so we're moving it halfway up and dividing it, so that should match finally the shape that we want. Oops. Where is it? Where did they go? Um, hmm. Oh, 0, 0, right. Um, we plus an F vector of this. So, whoops, that's my bad. We moved it to the origin, all of them. And then, okay, so we get the location and then we're just adding half to the Z. Okay, I think it worked this time. Yes, it did. And yes, they are perfectly wrapped around the wall. Okay. So now the question is, why, if it's using the same collision that it's on the structure collision, why is it behaving so oddly? So structure collision. So maybe we need a new one, a new trace channel for structure collision. And the structure actually, wait. No. Structure, we need a new profile, right? Structure mask. Yeah, this has query only. It's world dynamic. This is collision for box collider added to structures. And this will ignore grab and right click. Maybe just do that. So ignore token and tile, non-structures. Structure blocks visibility in camera. The structure mask maybe ignores those. So this is on structure mask. Okay. Now we need to, so that works. There's our colliders, so they're still there. Now we need to add on the dynamic, and so that box collision, add on component begin overlap dot add dynamic this ABG spline structure on begin overlap, and then box collision on component end overlap dot add dynamic this ABG spline structure on overlap end. So if we, hopefully this is coming together with our, yeah, on overlap begin, and there's the ends. Look at that. Okay. It's happening. It's happening. Okay, so now that we have this working with our box collision that we've added to each instance as they're made, we can we're going to kill that and kill that. And on the begin, we want to get instance static mesh component by string, and we want the wall instance, and we will set collision response to channel ECC visibility to ECR ignore. And then we'll do the same thing, or actually, we want to do this to the entire, so the instanced what is our never mind. Let's just do that. And then when it ends, we set it to ECC overlap, or ECR overlap. Okay. Build our structure, and we lock it. And I think if we select it, take a look at our wall instance, lock here. What we should see is visibility right here. Oh, it's on block, but it should go to not ignore and then back to overlap. Perfect. So let's go back, make this ECR block. Oh man, I think we've solved this. This is working. Haha. As I talk to myself today. Whoops, it's still going. All right, stop. Come on. Might have to do a full restart here. Ignore to overlap. Yeah, okay. Save. And let's start this back up again. So if I put a token here, if I lock it, first of all, is this working? Ignore, block. Perfect. And if I turn it off, interesting. Okay, so we're still overlapping, even though, so we'll have to look into that. But if I put a token on the back side of it, and it disappears, okay, so we're not there yet. We're still hitting the spline structure, okay. Because what are we tracing on? So let's go back to, let's close those. Player controller, what are we doing? We are tracing on the visibility channel, or right here. Yeah, on visibility. So, what is getting hit on the visibility channel? What did we set our structure mask? Ignores visibility, so we shouldn't be hitting that. Let's on the grab channel. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So spline structure, we're going to set response to channel ECC game trace channel 6 to ignore, and then ECC game trace 6 channel, is it block or overlap on grab? Overlap. Okay, so back to ECR, overlap. And now on here, we want to go with ECC game trace channel 6. And then, actually, let's try ECC game trace channel 6 here also. Okay, cool. We're getting multi-line through the tile, and so the multi-line trace hit is, so if we lock. Line trace is hitting the token. Multi-line trace is hitting only the tile. Oh, no, it's hitting the token right there too. So that's tile. Interesting. Okay. Let's unlock, but that's still working. We do the structure, lock. We're hitting spline structure with just the multi-line. Still hitting that. Okay, so I'm going to close it just in case, because we saw that these things didn't seem to take until we restarted. So let's start that back up again. So that's still working. Seems to be blocking still on that. They're still hitting the spline structure, so that's interesting. Even though our spline structure, our wall instance, is, oh, it's set to overlap. Why is it changing right click? Interesting. We have a problem, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is it grabbing right click when I said 6 under our trace channels? Yeah, trace channel 6. And it's saying that that's right click. Let's try 7. Stop it. And then we'll go here and let's go to make this 7 and make this 7. There's an off by 1 error, but in the wrong direction for arrays. Is game trace channel 1 reserved for something? I don't know. Is it putting them in the array incorrectly? I don't know. Am I asking questions to myself and then answering them afterwards? Perhaps. Oh, okay. Interesting. So 7 is indeed changing that. And now we're hitting both the token and the tile through it. Okay. And if I do this, I'm hitting the spline structure still. Because... Aha, wait, I know. Box collision is structure mask, but this one, how about we set this to no collision for now. Cool, okay. I put a token behind it. Structure. What we're doing is for no boxes set collision response to channel visibility to ECR ignore. Actually, we can just do overlap comp, set collision response to channel, ECC visibility, ECR, ignore. And then the same thing here, except ECR. It's funny they switched to yikes. They switched from overlap comp to overlap component between these two, between those, so that's kind of funny. So we've got two collisions of this structure, excuse me, that is making this complicated now. We've got the collision of the actual instance mesh itself, the instance static mesh component, and then we also have the collision of the box collision we just added. So we have to handle both of them now. So if I do that, actually, we're still hitting it. All right, go back out on ECC visibility. And ECC visibility. And then on spline structure, ECC visibility, ignore ECC visibility. So we're turning off, so ignore overlap, ignore ECR overlap. I don't remember if that's, so ignore to overlap on both of them for visibility. So let's see, it should, if we're clicking and we're trying to find things on the visibility channel and we're turning it off on both the overlapped component, which should be the box, and as well as on the wall instance itself. And because we're on visibility again, we should be able to grab it. Yep, we're line tracing to the spline structure. Still hitting it. Okay. How about let's make these have no collision. Stop. So we're turning off collision on all our instance static meshes for now. So only the newly created box collision will have any collision. So when we put out a query response, we should not hit our instance static meshes anymore, which will initially break some stuff, but yeah. So now we're just hitting the tile behind it entirely, which is interesting because we should have yeah, we have a collision component in there somewhere. Okay. Put it to structure, and let's take a look at our collision again. So a structure, how about blocks right click but ignores grab now? Structure mask. Actually, ignore visibility on structure. Structure mask. Overlap visibility, right? Or block. Okay. So now we're going to be turning that to set these to ECR block. Okay. Just trying to turn on the ability to click through the wall when we're overlapping it. That's all we're trying to do here. There we go. Structure, tile. There we go. All right. I think we solved it. Now we just need to be able to, we can't put it on there anymore. So let's find out what is going wrong there. So we don't need to do the multi-line trace anymore. Right? We're just shooting get hit under cursor by channel on the visibility channel again. Don't need you anymore. Okay, so if it's a blocking hit, oh, that's the thing. We could have gone with overlap. Nice. Okay. So this is what was preventing overlaps from working with grabbing stuff. So when we're moving the token, handle token selection, get hit result under channel, visibility. If it's a tile, we're checking the visible flag on the static mesh of the tile. If it is the last targeted actor, if it's spline, we are getting the hit. Aha, this is where the issue is arising. Get static mesh component by string. The hit result, get component, the name. We're getting the collision, and this will not, this is not going to be an instant static mesh component. This will be skipping this. So test this where it fails. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so I wonder if we're disconnected because I've written some new code or something. I guess we can skip putting things up onto spline structures. Or last hit result get component dot get get the component transform. Maybe we just ignore doing this. Okay, so we get the transform, the components transform. How about yeah, okay, so that is there a way to get the Again, we're trying to get the, whatever we hit the component, we're getting the bounds of the component. In that transform, we're just getting the location, we're adding the box extent in the z-axis, which is half the height. So I think component transform should give us the origin of it. I'm not sure. So then I don't think we need any of that. So I think we can just do that, check if it's a spline structure. So let's test that. Did it? Seems to be destroying and devouring our object. Oh yeah, outside world bounds. So it's getting destroyed. So what is happening? How about that? Actually, let's go inside it. I don't know why it thinks there's no executable code that'll hit it. I want a name. Cool. All right, we're getting spit out. That's working. Hey, it's working now. It seems to be having a problem with getting the extent bounds. Okay, so Give me the transform. I want to see what you're doing. Okay. Build a wall. Hmm. Excuse me. I think I'm getting the bounds of this thing incorrectly. So this maybe gets a box. Interesting. So we got a transform. Negative 200, negative 99, and the Z. Huh. Oh, we're seeing rotations and stuff. So I don't know. Just add 200F. Forget the bounds at the moment. Just want to see it go up and over, up on top of it. that? What happened there? Why is it... Okay, so we're not going to go on top of walls, apparently, because we have a... I don't know. Let's see, what collision do we have set for? So structure... What happens if we do that? So it's getting those correct. But it's destroying our token. All right, so let's just... get rid of the spline structure entirely for now. We won't put things up on top of spline structures. Which makes sense. They're walls. Theoretically, there's a roof. And well, I'm going to take a break to eat some lunch, but we need to prevent our tokens from going through. So I'm going to actually restore that just in case, and we'll work on this and refining it. But we made some big progress so far with the visibility situation, so that's great. Go ahead and stop the debugger, and I'll be right back. Okay, let's fix this issue of our tokens and walls and the clipping. What I want to do is not return here. We'll continue, we'll grab our spline structure. We're going to check if it is. And our location, if it is a spline structure that we hit, we're going to say our location is equal to grabbed token get actor location. Or set to grabbed token get actor location. So that should just put us right back. And then we need that else again. So this should just put us right back where we won't move at all if we hover over a spline structure. Because it should be it should still trigger on the visibility channel when we aren't clipping it. I'm not even seeing where it's saying out of world bounds or why it's right here that it's breaking. Yeah, we're still line tracing and hitting the structure right now. So when we have a token, what if in our collision our structure is physics only? I hear you, kitty. Yep. Oops. Oh, that's why. Okay, so we do need query still. So we need that. And it destroys it. I hear you, cat. Yep. Can you stop? Mm-hmm. So if we have a grab token and we have a last targeted actor, we don't do that. Matter. Get the hit result under cursor by channel. Returns a true. So if it doesn't, how about we do a UE log temp warning text no hit result. I wonder if this is failing somehow. It shouldn't. Yeah, there's no. We're not failing. It's just destroying. Okay, so we're coming in here. Cursor hits firing. I do cursor hit a tile. Cursor hit a structure. Cursor hit a tile, cursor hit a structure. So why is it trying to... Should we sweep? What happens if we sweep when we set location? Yeah, all right, let's true. Sweep. And then that's for the structure. Actually, let's not mess with structure. We don't need to mess with that yet. We want to do our move token. Where are you? Set actor, so true. And for this one, we'll also sweep. Maybe that'll stop it from clipping. Stop short, as George's father would say. His move. We're going to stop short. No. I don't know. Try collision enabled query and physics. I'm very confused. Stop. No collision occurs. How about we do... We'll do none. None. And over here, we're going to do... Where's our token? Where's our movement? Come on. None. I wonder if the teleportation is what was breaking it. Alright, now I'll start it again. Nice. All right. So it's not destroying it anymore. Okay. All right. So that's working. So let's try that again. Just go raise it up, get the component, and just go above it that you just hit. That's better. All right, it's just going back to the 0 there. So last hit result is getting reset, right? or, well, this is probably, oh, it is world space. It's going to be bounds dot origin plus f vector of 0.f and bounds dot extent dot z. Let's try that. I don't know why it was getting a 0, 0, 0 for the component's location. Maybe that has to do with the dynamic creation of it. Interesting. It's stuck there. Yeah, it's going back to the origin again. Is it even going up in the air? I feel like it's not even adding that Z. Actually, it might be. Outside the world bounds. What is this height at? Nope, that's a Z, so it's not adding. This isn't working. I want to see if it gets the box collision. Cursor hit a structure. I don't think it went through. I don't know if we're even going into this. Oh yeah, we're hitting. All right, we're hitting the collision, and it is finding which one we're hitting too. See that? So, you know what? Keep that. If cast to U box component, the last hit result dot get component. Go ahead and add the include. So if we hit a box component, how about, so let's go auto box is equal to, and we'll say we're going to make an auto bounds is equal to box get unscaled box extent, or collision, get collision shape. What does it want? Inflation. Never mind. How about just get extent? Get the scaled box extent. Get rid of that. Put this in here, and the location's going to be the box get the component location plus an f vector of 0.f, 0.f, and the bounds dot z. Else, just do that. Why is it putting it here? It's putting it at 0, 0, 0. Oh, at least that's working, you know. Put it in there. It should work. This should work. We should see this get print out. Yeah. We're breaking it again though. See that? It broke. Why'd it break? So yeah, we're going into that, but we're still putting it at the origin. Oh. Hold up. Ah, this is why this whole time we aren't doing anything with transform. Okay. All right. So like that. Comment. We want equal to transform dot get location dot z. This whole time, that might have just been the problem. There we go. Oh man. There it is. Fixed. And fixed. Cool. Okay, so the last issue, which I think we can solve by... okay, I don't think we're going to do it today, but what I want to do now is... the issue that we've got is if we have the token and we do this, we can still move it here because we can see the tile now. So what we need to do actually is everything needs to have a base so that it blocks the tile. So that all that clears out is the top of this guy, right? So we're gonna, it's just two materials. You'll have a base material and then you'll have your fade material. So that actually we could chop these so that there's still like a little bit of a base to these. So that'll block that. But woo! We have solved the issue of being able to do that. We can't do it anymore, right? We'll stop. Something seems like it was yelling there for a second. I don't know what it was, but okay. I want to see if we can clean this a little bit. I don't think we need that, in fact. We just set location is equal to, because we up there. So if if we hit a box component that, else, if we can't cast to the box component, what we're going to do is location is equal to spline structure get actually I want to try location is equal to last hit result get component get actor get location, get the component location plus f vector of that. It's going to be 0.av, 0.av, and then bounds dot box extent dot z. Yeah. I want to try that, actually. So I'm going to comment that out, comment that out. I just want to try this. Now that we know we were just not using the transform, will this work? Just simplify it. And I have to end early today as I have an appointment. So we'll finish up here, which I think is a great finishing moment as we have managed to conquer and solve what we set out to do today. Look at that. Fantastic. We don't have to do all that extra stuff. Okay, that's wonderful. So we'll get rid of the U. We'll get rid of U. We don't need to use that anymore. Beautiful. Box extent plus a little bit extra. Do that. We're going to try it one last time. I'm really liking the way that the software is coming out, so hopefully people who someday, if they spend time going through all of this and they learn something, I'm definitely learning something. Yeah, that's nice. Whoop. Okay. Just a little bit of a problem there. Interesting. Wonder what's happening. Ha, it got stuck. I think I know it's not turning off. So we need to fix, I think, a little bit. So where is our release? Release object. We set to none. If we have a grabbed token, why are we checking if last targeted actor? I think we were failing our switching the physics back on because of that check. Yeah, there you go. Fixed. Easy fix. Wonderful. Oh, beautiful. And we can come through walls. Super cool day. super cool day. That is a humongous achievement right there. Is this is our fading wall stuff, that it works. Look at that. That is just that's so clever. I gotta pat myself on the back of solving that problem today. Makes me feel good, and hopefully somebody who sees this can feel good about what is happening here as well. Basically, to recap, when we make a new instance for our wall, we're also creating a box collision that has its own collision structure mask, and we are adding a dynamic delegate to it, so that every time the overlaps and ends overlaps, that box collision turns on and off our visibility channel on the wall instance, as well as on that overlapped component. So we're turning on and off our collision so that we can grab through it when we mask out the texture, and then we turn it back on when the mask is reformed. I just remembered we do have one thing I don't think we solved. If we turn this off, we look, we no longer have that sphere. We're still overlapping. You see that? I want to see what... So we need to actually... Let's see if we can fix this real quick. What are we doing when we do that? We go here. Actually, it's in wall vision. We're changing the mask radius. And on our pawn, the scalar parameter value changes, but this sphere radius, I don't believe. So we need to, let's see, sphere on construction. Where's our tick? Right here. Our sphere mask. Set sphere radius to I think our mask radius, right? Which is 200. Okay. So there is definitely sphere radius and the mask radius. I feel like that light just changed based on some voltage there for a second. They're not equivalent. They're not one-to-one. I don't believe. So yeah, it's a 33. I don't know. Try that. So if we enlarge, and the overlap in this. Okay, cool. So that was the issue. There. Now our sphere is actually growing. We can still right click, interestingly enough. So maybe we'll fix that. But so that's something that we can tweak and work on. But that simple little change right here. Map the mask radius to the sphere mask size. 200 divided by 6 is roughly 33. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop it. We're going to save it and go ahead and commit. Solved the grab token through invisible wall issue by adding box collision to each spawned instance of the spline structure and adding a dynamic call to begin and end overlap, which changes the collision, which toggles visibility collision on and off. Cool. And push. What a day. What a day. Well, thank you for joining me for this slightly truncated day of Deep End Dev. I'm Matthew, and I'll see you tomorrow. It might be a little later because I've got to drop a cat off for some grooming. So I might push when I start a little bit later in the day. So I'll see you tomorrow, so probably 10 a.m. or roughly. We'll go with that. Until next time, I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Have a great day.